is Edwards. He could take you down over long off, and he could take you over that long on position as well, quite comfortably. So Rambaran will need to adjust his length very, very quickly here in order for Edwards to not continue to dominate him.
Yeah, I think it's nice. It's always nice when you see a tall batsman attacking the bowling like that. Always has that advantage of those long levers, and that front foot can reach a long way down, you know.
Yeah, so the taller batters, they're able to change your length. What is a good length to a normal player will be a fuller length to the likes of Edward, who's got that great extension in terms of his legs and levers.
Definitely. Rambaran from over the wicket this time. Drifting onto leg stump and sweeping there is the new batsman Kirsten Murray. Now he gets off the mark there. One to the backward square.
So an expensive over comes to end here at the National Cricket Centre. Andrew Rambaran going for 2 maximums during the course of that over. We humbly apologize for not being able to update you on the score in a timely manner, but we are experiencing some technical difficulties at this time. But we will try during the interval to make that right during the interval. So it's going to be Jason Agar, the left arm seamer. He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end.
So it's 148 for 4. 148 for 4 after 17 overs here for the Windward Islands.
So 148 for 4 after 17 overs, and if you look at a runner ball, that's going to take you anyway to 165. And I think the Windward Islands will not be satisfied with 165. They would be looking anyway in the vicinity of possibly 180, 190. With Edward batting as well as he is, I would not be surprised at all that they get anyway within that 180 to 190 mark.
Definitely, that would be the setting the target at 190. I would think. But Jason Agar, I saw him warming up this morning, and I saw that he was practicing those slow deliveries. So maybe we're going to see some changes of pace here from Agar at the back end.
So he starts off really well here, going past the outside edge. So a lot is going to be dependent on how well this Trinidad and Tobago team finishes here. Because if they allow this carnage to continue, and anytime the Windward Islands get anything above 185, 190, I'm telling you, it's going to take a lot of batting to get to that total.
Definitely.
And this one is chipped straight back over the bowler's head. It's going into the boundary. No, Kyle Ramdu holds it in. Gets back a strong return into wicketkeeper Bichu. So the score goes up by 2. So that takes the score to 150. So the 150 have come up for the Windward Islands, and they've done it in really good time as well. In 17.2 overs. So the Windward Islands batters, they've got all the license here to go out and express themselves. But it's going to be Agard. And this one, scored wide. Seems to be a bit disappointed there, but the umpire is in charge there. And once he adjudicates and recognizes that it's outside that guideline, and that's the line on the crease is only a guide. It's not to say that the umpires have to follow that guide. You know, in their opinion, they could do as they please in terms of if the batters are moving around in the crease and stuff like that. They will use their judgment to perfection in making that call.
Definitely, but I see now at the back end, the wide Yorkers is a really crucial delivery in the back end.
Well, the wide Yorkers...
Maybe Agar thought that he got it inside the white line.
Well, the wide Yorkers are indeed crucial, but that requires a lot of talent in terms of your practice and your thought process. You must be absolutely clear how you want to execute. And if you're going to go wide Yorkers, then that deep backward point must be stationed at the backward point boundary, and the third man also has to get into position, because if the batters have to hit you, let them hit you over that extra backward point region for 6. Definitely. And this one is sailing high and handsome over long off for maximum here. So Edward taking Jason Agard downtown, slower delivery. Edward recognizing that a lot of cutters is on offer, just allowed himself the opportunity to sit back and really unleash here at the National Cricket Centre. So wonderful ball striking here from Edward.
Edward seems to be, as he predicted, that as a slower one there, and he really waited a tad longer and extended fantastically on that one and getting it straight for 6. Good shot from Edward. So Edward really taking up here where the captain Pascal left off.
And this one is played stylishly into that backward square position. They go for 1, they're going to come back for 2. Abdullah Cambridge doing the fielding there. So Jason Agard not really stemming the tide here for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
What is important for Jason Agard is to not be predictable. You don't want to be predictable at this stage. Yes, you want to take pace off and you want to change up your pace, but you have to not be predictable. And I think Tariq Edward is sort of lining him up here.
So slower bumper here from Jason Agard. This one is pulled into acreage of space on the leg side, and that takes Edward onto 50. So a well played 50 by Edward here. My word, that has come in really quick time as well.
Definitely. Seems as though we just saw him walking out the bat and he's already on 50. So really taking his chances here is Tariq Edward here. And fantastic, no?
And showing his dominance here over the TNT bowlers here at the National Cricket Centre. But the pitch here at the National Cricket Centre is really great for batting. It's an excellent cricket pitch here at the National Cricket Centre. It has everything in it for the bowlers. If you bend your back, you're going to get something out of it. If you're a spinner and you're really willing to tweak the ball, you're going to get a bit of side spin. And if you're a batter, you're going to get value for runs when it's timed properly.
Yes, I think it's credit to the curators here at the Cricket Centre. It's a really good cricket wicket. It holds up nicely. It doesn't seem to break up too much. It holds up nicely, and as you say, if you're willing to give it some revs, it's going to turn for you as a spinner.
So this one is hit down to long one. There's 1, looking to get a second. Second is not the one. So that brings the like of Edward back on strike. So let's see how Rambaran is going to approach this here. We're seeing a change in the field. So Rambaran trying to outfox the batter there, doing that successfully. Edward essaying to make some room, and the umpire ruled that it was totally legal.
Smart from Rambaran on that occasion there, Anil.
Yes, Rambaran just taking that extra second. And this one is played out to mid-wicket. So what we're seeing Rambaran doing is that he's bowling wide outside the off stump, and he's saying to Edward, if you've got to hit me over extra cover for 6.
I think that's good on Rambaran's behalf.
And he hits this one up in the air, but it's going to fall shortly there.
So definitely Rambaran is going wide and asking Tariq Edward to hit over the offside, as opposed to hitting him over leg side or getting too straight.
So Rambaran changing up his pace here really nicely, bowling this one a bit slower. No timing at all. And what a strike from this young man, taking 2 steps down the wicket and taking Rambaran down. So a wonderful strike here from the batter. So it's already, the score is mounting here at the National Cricket Centre. The Windward Islands continues to play aggressively. They continues to take the attack to the TNT bowling attack. And they would really need to hold themselves together here in order for the carnage to stop. Trinidad and Tobago with a very strong batting lineup as well. They will want to back themselves, whatever score is posted, to take on this Windward Islands team. So it's going to be Jason Agard from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Edward.
So the Windward Islands after 18 overs are 170 for 5.
So that 200 is definitely on the cards now. And this one is muscled over long off a maximum. What a shot of authority from Edwards here. Backing away and flat batting that ball over long off for 6. What a lofty blow here from Edwards.
As we can see here, Agard really getting his length wrong on that occasion, and Tariq Edward making him pay the maximum. Too short on that occasion, and Edward had enough time to rock on the back foot and hit it flat and hard.
So we're seeing that Edward is basically batting in that 2-eye stance. He's basically parallel to the crease. And to me, that has really thrown off Jason Agard in terms of his setup. And this one is pivoted. And what a excellent attempt from Luke Ali. For a moment, I thought he had hauled it in. It just fall just in front of him. And the batters have been able to go back for 2. So Edwards continues to dominate this Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack.
Definitely. I think if we see on this occasion here, we've seen from the replay, we've seen that Tariq Edwards is actually side on here.
Yeah. So this one goes over long on. So Jason Agard has really been taken to the cleaners here at the National Cricket Centre. And who else than Edward is doing the damage here? It's carnage at the National Cricket Centre. The Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack, they're taking a part here by some brilliant batting from Edward.
Definitely. I think the Trinidad bowlers in the back end here are getting it wrong. They're getting their lengths wrong. They have not been full. They have been in the slot or too short. And Tariq Edward, my oh my, what a knock he's played here. Really added some serious impetus to this Windward Island innings.
And this one, wide. Jason Agard trying to go wide of the crease, trying to take the levers away, possibly just trying to arc that ball into the legs of Edwards. Overcompensating, it goes through to the wicketkeeper.
I think at this stage, Jason Agard, captain should probably go up to him and tell him, settle down, relax.
So excellent comeback from Jason Agard, going past the outside edge.
So Jason Agard here really being taken to the cleaners here by Tariq Edward.
Yeah, and it shows clearly that he's ruffled by the likes of Edward, who has that kind of intimidating stature at the crease. So Agard. And this one is hit straight back down past the bowler. It goes into the boundary for a lovely shot here by Edwards. Jason Agard missing his length here. That one is hit as straight as an arrow. Back past the bowler, it goes into the boundary, and the score goes up by 4. So the Trinidad and Tobago unit here, they're really leaking some runs here at the National Cricket Centre. They have been taken apart here by this Windward Islands batting lineup. Edwards is showing his dominance here and showing great maturity in terms of his ball striking.
I think that was brutally hit back by Edward there, because long off is straight. And long on is a bit straight as well, and it bisected the both of them brilliantly.
And this one is hit out to the deep mid-wicket. They're going to come back for 2 comfortably. So the Windward Islands batters here, they're not only striking the ball well, they're also running ragged with this TNT team here out in the middle.
Yes, Anil, really getting it wrong here in the back end is these Trinidad and Tobago boys. At the end of 19 overs, Windward Islands are really mounting a serious total here. 1 over to go.
I think that's the end of the innings. We see both teams, the batters coming off. Well, we thought it was 19, Chief. Well, so at the end of the 20 overs, the Windward Islands have amassed 191 for the loss of 4 wickets. So that's going to take a Herculean effort from the TNT batters to get to that score. So the run rate after 20 overs is above 9. So Trinidad and Tobago will be starting that run chase, having to get at least 9 runs or over in order to be able to overhaul that score posted by the Windward Islands. So it's the break here between innings. We're going to take a break and we're going to come back as soon as the game resumes in about 10 minutes time.
before you. No,
So we are back here at the National Cricket Centre. It's Windward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago in the first of the two T20s to be played at the National Cricket Centre. The Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss this morning and opting to bowl first. Windward Islands has amassed a score of 191 for the loss of 4 wickets here, with the likes of Pascal scoring an impressive 72 from 39 balls. Pascal scoring 78 from 48 balls, and Edwards, he really motored along, getting to 72 from 39 balls. And what a valuable contribution from both these Windward Island batters.
Definitely, I think they took the Trinidad bowlers to apart here and really amassed a good total, a really competitive total of 191. So now we're going to see the opening pair of Kyle Ramdu and Justin Jagasa, captain for Trinidad and Tobago. They require 192 for victory at 9.6 to the over.
Kyle Ramdu. So it's going to be Kyle Ramdu to be taking strike.
No, Justin taking strike.
Or Justin is going up to the strike zone.
Solomon.
So it's going to be Solomon Bascom to take up the bowling from the pavilion end. So Trinidad and Tobago requiring 192 runs of victory from 120 balls. They will have to score approximately 9.6 runs per over in order to get to that total. But very important for Trinidad and Tobago to get up to a flyer. More importantly, in this power play overs, this 6 overs here could really be a contributing factor as to where this game ends up.
Definitely, I think the power play is ideal. It's crucial for Trinidad and Tobago to get off to a good start in this power play overs, but they're going to have to contend with Solomon Bascom, who has been good so far for the Windward Islands with the new ball.
So Bascom getting a 5er here yesterday at Gilbert Park. Goes past the bowler. And this one is jogging back sharply from outside the line of the off stump. Justin Jagisa barely able to keep that one out. So Bascom getting that ball to tail in sharply from outside the line of the off stump.
Good delivery there, Anil. First up.
Yeah, on the money immediately, Bascom. This one is short. This one is tugged to that short fine leg position. There's no run. So Bascom hitting the pitch really hard here at the National Cricket Centre. Getting very pitch responding.
Solomon Bascom has really been impressive so far with his new ball stuff here for Windward Islands. A good shot there from Jagasa. True cover. It's running away. He's going to get 2. And it settles at 2. So Jagasa off and running here for Trinidad and Tobago.
So Jagisa just standing tall there and caressing that ball through that cover point region. They go back for 2. So Trinidad and Tobago is off and running. They're 2 without loss. Justin Jagisa is off and running.
I think Justin Jagasa, the captain here, I think he needs to get a good knock here for Trinidad and Tobago.
And this one is muscled through that extra cover region off the back foot for 4. So excellent start from Justin Jagisa. Bascom just short on this occasion here. And Jagisa climbed into that delivery, executed to perfection, and raced into the boundary for 4. That 4th boundary takes the Trinidad total on to 6. And Justin Jagisa goes on to 6 as well. So Bascom just pulling his length back a bit too much there, allowing the likes of Jagisa to hit through the line of the delivery there.
Great shot from Jagasa. Bascom comes in again.
So Jagisa not having the best of tournaments, but he will want to come good today. If he's got any time that he needs to come good, it's going to be today. Now is the opportunity for him to come good. Give Trinidad and Tobago a solid platform for the middle and lower batters to be able to work with. And this one is hit over long off. It's going into the long on boundary for 4. So short pitch delivery from Bascom. Jagisa attempting that pull shot, wasn't in total control. It lobbed over the mid-on fielder and it rolled into the long on fence for 4.
Yeah, Bascom, I think on this occasion started really well with 2 dot balls. I think he just got a bit short on that occasion there, and Jagisa sort of a flat-butted shot over long on, mid-on, sorry. Now we're seeing the D backward square comes into the circle and long on goes back. So Bascom again. Jagasa this time flicks this one to fine leg and picks up no run.
So Bascom angling that ball into Jagisa. Jagisa getting inside the line but unable to beat the field man at that 45 degree there. Short fine leg. And at the end of over number 1, Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 192 for victory. They are 10 without loss. So excellent start from skipper Jagisa in the opening over.
So we're going to see the left-handed Kyle Ramdu take strike. Yeah, he's gonna be facing up to Kervin Gassi. That's Kervin Gassi for Windward Islands, taking up the attack here from the northern end. Gassi.
So he's going to be bowling right-arm medium piece. Kervin Gassi bowling from the northern end.
Kervin Gassi is this sort of bowler that is wicket to wicket here, Anil. It's going to be ideal for Kyle Ramdu to.
So we're seeing the 2 boundary riders. The long one goes into position and there's a sweeper at the cover boundary. So it tells me that they're going to be bowling straight. And this one, Ramdu trying to muscle that ball down the ground, just coming off the inside edge. It's no run.
Kyle Ramdu, the sort of player that he's the sort of player to bat around. I think he's that sort of player that will get the 1s and 2s, nudge a little here and there and put away the bad delivery. So I think he's going to be the key where Trinidad can bat around him, you know, in pursuit of this 182 more runs for victory.
But Trinidad and Tobago cannot afford a lot of dot balls. So this one goes through backward point. It's only going to be excellent running there from Kyle Ramdu. And to steal the second run, the fielder from that deep point position was a bit lethargic in coming in and allowed the likes of Kyle Ramdu to come back for that second run. So excellent running there from both Kyle Ramdu and skipper Justin Jagisa. And I tell you what, aggressive running has to be one of the key components that they need to implement during this entire innings.
Yes, definitely. Gassi again into Ramdu. And Ramdu's hitting this one over extra cover. And gets to the boundary. So top shot there from Kyle Ramdu. Top shot from Ramdu in the end there. Ball dribbles into the long off fence and goes for 4.
So Gassi pitching up that ball wide outside the line of the off stump. Ramdu climbed into that delivery and muscled it over that extra cover reach and it goes into the boundary. 4 runs. So Kyle Ramdu supporting his skipper Justin Jagisa. And this one is worked forward a square, is racing out towards the boundary, but it's going to be holding here now. And Ramdu's back is 2.
So I'll tell you what, Anil, this is not what the Windward Islands would have wanted their fast bowlers to be leaking runs from both ends. The score already goes on to 18 into over number 2.
Well, what they have not done well, they're bowling on both sides of the wickets, which is difficult to contain the batters when you are bowling on both sides of the wicket. So the skipper will need to just possibly have a word with his bowlers and ask them to really execute to the feel that he's got for them. So Pascal has a huge responsibility in ensuring that the bowlers, keep that tidy line and length. That's required to keep the batters quiet.
Gassi again, short this time, and Ramdu flinches. Seems to me as he took his eye off this one slightly, or it got onto him a bit quicker than he expected there.
So Gassi testing the surface here and responding well. That ball was getting big on Kyle Ramdu. For a moment, he seems to be going forward, possibly missing not picking the length early enough. And he got into a bit of a tangle there.
Typical from a fast bowler there. He doesn't want to be hit there. Doesn't want to be hit for 4. Responds with a short delivery.
And making room and blasting that ball through cover point there. The fielder comes off the cover boundary. And at the end of the second over, Trinidad and Tobago responding to a total of 191. They are 19 without loss after 2 overs. So Trinidad and Tobago needs a further 173 from 108 balls. So excellent start from the Trinidad and Tobago openers. Justin Jagger, the skipper, he's leading by example by setting the tone.
Definitely. I think in order to chase down this huge 191, Trinidad and Tobago have got to get a good power play. They've got to get a good start in the power play overs here. Really critical.
But I think what is important, if the one like Justin Jagger could bat through the entire innings, the rest of the batters have that luxury to bat around him. And once he stays there, you're guaranteed that the score is going to continue to motor along. He's that kind of player who likes to field bat on ball, and he likes to take on the boundaries as well. So Bascom just seems to possibly lost his run up there. So just taking the opportunity to check his steps and reset his marker at the top of his run. So it's going to be Bascom from the pavilion end. Goes past the umpire. This one is wide. And signaled by the umpire. So Bascom possibly just overcompensating there, not trying to get too close to Kyle Ramdu, and gives away an extra.
And what do you make of Bascom's action?
Well, I haven't really looked at it with entirety just yet, but I will do so in due course.
Bascom on that occasion there, Ramdu fiddling outside off some there and misses that one. Flirting with danger is Kyle Ramdu.
Yeah, guilty of playing away from his body. There was absolutely no foot movement at all. He was just essaying, trying to get that ball to third man. But one, he needs to go back and across and get that ball down to third man.
Bascom again into Ramdu, good delivery, and Ramdu pushes this one onto the offside and steals a quick single.
So Ramdu being very industrious, looking for every opportunity to score. That takes the score on to 21. So even in a T20 contest, you still need to have excellent defense, either back or forward, in order to keep out those wicket-taking deliveries. So it's how you set up, is very, very important. You could be a muscler, you could be a thrasher, but you need to still have that resolute defense in order for you to have continuity in your innings.
Definitely. I think it's not always about pushing the ball. It's about sometimes working the ones and twos, and I think that's something that we lack down here in the Caribbean. We tend to go hard at deliveries, and we miss out on those that we can get ones and twos.
Well, I think I don't want to be harsh on the batters, but I think the surface plays an integral part in the way the batters play as well.
Soft dismissal, Justin Jagasa goes. Captain Jagasa goes for 10, attempted pull and only picking out that mid-wicket fielder there. So Solomon Bascom strikes. Again we see from the replay into the surface, and Jagasa hit high on the bat And that man, Stephen Pascal, the captain, gleefully throws it up in the air. And that's the fall of the first wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. The score is now 21 for 1.
So a soft dismissal from the Trinidad and Tobago captain. One would have thought that he would have taken the opportunity to at least bat as long as possible. But Bascom, all credit to Bascom, seizing the opportunity to hit the ball into the pitch. And Justin Jagger was beaten for pace here. That ball hitting the splice of the bat and only spooling to that short mid-wicket. So Bascom making a very important breakthrough here for the Windward Islands bowling unit here, bowling team. You know, getting the rid of the Trinidad and Tobago captain, and out comes Sami Sarup.
So Anil, ideally this is what we were talking about. This is not what Trinidad and Tobago would have asked for. After getting a good start, a flying start, breezy after 2.2 overs. Not what the doctor ordered, Anil.
That was not in the script at all, I tell you that much. That was never in the script. But kudos to Bascom, having seen that Jarvis did not show any kind of convincing way of playing the short delivery, decided to go down that road, and it paid high dividends to the Windward Islands team.
So we've seen for Samir Sarup, they have pushed out the long off. And hitting this one in the air and out. First ball, Samir Sarup goes. They have just pushed back the long off, so he hit it straight down his throat. Samir Sarup, first ball. Murray takes the catch down there at long on. It's Kirsten Murray at long off there. Samir Sarup goes without scoring.
So Bascom making further inroads in this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. And Samir Sarup, what were you thinking? The moment you stepped out to the middle, the long off fielder was placed right there. And what did he do? He found him there. Just played that tamely down into the hands of mid-off. So that will definitely put the skids on the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup here, having lost 2 wickets in successive deliveries. And you know what? Bascom is on a hat-trick.
Definitely. We spoke about Bascom and his ability to take wickets with a new ball, and he's showing it here. But I think it's poor on behalf of Samir Sarup there. They just pushed back the long off. You've just come to the crease, and I always spoke about when you come to the crease, you push it in the V's, you play in the V's, and you pick up those runs early on in your innings. Looking for that big shot on that occasion, first ball, ill-advised.
Very much ill-advised, and a soft dismissal from Sami Sarup. Not what Coach Riyad would have wanted at all. I guess him batting at that important number 3 position, you know, one would have thought that he would have taken the opportunity to bat a couple of balls and try and get his rotation and his innings going, but he perished, unfortunately for Trinidad and Tobago. But that brings out the very talented Orlando teams out of Women Tobago. Ramdu.
Back and across, and well played from Kyle Ramdu. Now I think he has a lot more responsibility on his shoulders now as young Ramdu. Super talented as we know, Anil. I think he has to bat deep into this innings now if Trinidad and Tobago are to get anywhere close to that 192 for victory.
But I tell you what, talent doesn't only do it alone. You got to have that passion, you got to have that drive, you got to have that willpower to want to do it. So having the talent is one, but if you're not passionate enough, you're not hungry enough, you're not going to achieve where you want to achieve, what you want to achieve in the long run.
Definitely. He is again pushing, and he gets a single to backward point. So brilliant over there, comes to an end from Solomon Bascom. 2 wickets in the over. So he's now bowled his 2 overs and he's gone for 13, and he's picked up both the wickets here for Windward Islands. Trinidad and Tobago are 22 for 2 after 3 overs.
So Solomon Bascom having claimed 5 wickets yesterday at the Gilbert Park facility, continues to get wickets here at this West Indies on the 17 championship here, claiming a further 2 wickets here, and that definitely, will give him a lot of confidence here to continue to try and pride more wickets from this TNT batting lineup.
Definitely. Kevin Garcia again is going to pick up the attack from the northern end. He's going to continue here. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Kyle Ramdu, who's on 11.
So the run rate climbs up to 10. And with every dot ball, it's going to even and go further up. So it's going to get gassy. This one is played out to deep extra cover. Get a single. That brings Orlando James.
So I think now Trinidad and Tobago would require a partnership here. They would require some consolidation, but at the same time you would want to be scoring, and you don't want to be taking chances, too many chances to lose too many wickets in the power play.
Well, I think what's most important is continuation of the rotation of the strike. You need to have rotation of the strike in order to keep that scoreboard ticking over. And when you get the opportunity to capitalize on the boundary deliveries, you must do so as well.
Definitely.
So Orlando James has shown a lot of maturity in this tournament, batting brilliantly yesterday, having scored a polished 79 down at Powerplay in Pinal. And you can see this young man oozes with class. You know, just seems to be moving from strength to strength with every innings that he's batted thus far. He's looked a model of concentration.
I must say, I have to agree with you there, Anil. He's been rock solid for Trinidad and Tobago. He's came in at some crucial positions, and he's really shown that he has that ability to score big runs.
Yeah, he has been that cornerstone of the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. You know, is Orlando James, and you know, having looked at him at the Tobago T10 Blast, and he was belting his brother Joshua James to all parts at the Sid Gray Sporting Complex in Roxborough. I mean, it was really a sight, you know, to behold, looking at this young man really going about, you know, executing against his brother who represented the West Indies at the last World Cup. This one is played to extra cover. Excellent feeling there. Kyle Ramdu trying to force this one off the back foot. Yeah.
What I think is key here now for Trinidad and Tobago is not to start panicking too early. You would want to keep wickets. You would want to keep wickets in the shed. You don't want to lose too many wickets in this power play over chasing a huge target.
Well, the run rate also has to be taken into consideration as well. And this one is lofted high and high. It's going out to long off. Somebody is claiming it. And unfortunate there for the bowler. Both players were looking at each other. Nobody called for the catch. And the ball fell between both players there. How costly this miss is going to be for the Windward Islands here. Kyle Ramdu, very, very fortunate to be given a life here.
I think Kyle was trying to manufacture something that was not there, Anil. That was not there. Wasn't that short to be playing that pull shot?
Well, a comedy of errors from both the players there, moving from long off into that long on position, and the long on person at long on, he wasn't interested at all. And good aggression here from Gassi, hitting the wicket hard. You know, and you know, it's exciting to see young fast bowlers when they hit the wicket and the ball starts climbing. You know, what a pleasant sight here at the National Cricket Centre. Lovely batting conditions here at an NCC, but I must tell you, that pitch that we are playing on, it's really coming on nicely. You get value for runs, and if you're willing to bend your back, you can get something out of it as well. Gassi. And this one is muscled through extra cover. It's racing towards the boundary, but it's going to be holding now. Excellent feeling there from the fielder long off there. Moving about 20 meters to his right and holding it in. So Kyle Ramdu goes on by 2. That takes the score on to 30 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago, remember, they're chasing a mammoth total of 192 for victory. So they need 162 from 97 balls. That takes Kyle Ramdu on to 13.
So Garcia again comes into the left-handed Ramdu.
And this one is played down to long on.
Nonchalantly played there by Kyle Ramdu, picking up that single to long off there.
So it's important that this run rate doesn't run away from the TNT batting outfit. They would want to maintain that 10 runs per over, or if possible at all, try and bring it down a tad, because if it continues to climb, before you know it, it could be far away from this TNT outfit.
Yes, well said there, Anil. But at the same time, you want to be this Solomon Bascom again. He's going to be continuing again for Windward Islands, and you have to. What do you do? What do you do if you're Orlando James and Kyle Ramdu at this stage? You've just lost 2 early wickets, and you have Solomon Bascom with his tail up.
Well, first of all, you need to take into consideration that you don't want to give him any more wickets. So it might just be advisable to take not a precautionary measure, but more a measured approach to batting against the likes of Bascom. And this is where the mental toughness comes from these batters, where they have to be mentally tough in order to see through these difficult periods. This one is played out to cover point. Ramdu making some room for himself, caressing that one to backward point, but there's no run. So Bascom continues to bowl impressively here at the National Cricket Centre. Hitting the pitch really hard, using the pitch to perfection here at Bascom.
Just picking up 2 wickets in that last over. His captain giving him another one. Looking for that 3rd wicket is Solomon Bascom. On a good length, and Kyle Ramdu flicks this one over mid-wicket. It will land in no man's land, and he picks up 2 runs. Well played by Kyle.
So Kyle Ramdu taking the aerial route. This one was pitched up on leg stump. He was flicking that one away into the leg side, onto the onside there. Picks up 2.
So Bascom is really operating with his tail up here. He's really running in with purpose, a lot of purpose in those footsteps to the crease there, Anil.
Well, the likes of the skipper, Pascal, has taken the opportunity to give him an extra over. And there's a reason for giving that extra over. Having gotten 2 wickets in the piece in his preceding over, you know, Pascal, his skipper, has asked him to continue to possibly pry out another wicket here. And that, if Trinidad and Tobago were to lose another wicket here inside the power play, that would really put the skates on the scoring with the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup is concerned.
Bascom again. Attempted slow delivery. Only ends up being a full toss on one bounce into that deep square leg position for Ramdu. Kyle Ramdu goes on to 19 now.
And it's something that we see with youngsters. They're bowling a line and length and it's working for them, but for whatever reason, they believe that they need to do something different. And Bascom, essaying a slower ball for whatever reason, only allowed the likes of Kyle Ramdu to catch him with a poor delivery. So the likes of Bascom would be well advised to just keep it simple, just outside the line of the off stump, and keep the batters quiet. But this one takes the inside edge.
Luckily for Ramdu, it goes harmlessly to fine leg, to short fine leg. Picks up 1.
So the French cut in operation from Kyle Ramdu there, trying to make some room to muscle that ball through the offside. That ball tailing back into him, hit the inside edge and went down to that short fine leg. They get a single. It brings the likes of Orlando James into strike.
But it's really important point there, Anil. You know, it's you have it working for you already. Why change it?
Yeah, and once it's working, you don't ever do anything to it. You don't touch it. You just allow it to blossom.
Definitely, he's been bowling so well. He's been hitting the pitch, hitting that good length and that back of a length, as we say, back of a length, and it's really working for him. And he just tried that slower one there. But he's now into Orlando James.
James worked that down to long one. Impressive on drive there, just leaning onto that delivery. Using his wrist, working it down to long one. So at the end of over number 5, Trinidad and Tobago chasing a target of 192 for victory. They need 153 more from 90 balls. They are 39 for 2. Kyle Ramdu is on 20 from 17 deliveries, and Orlando James is on 7. But a lot is expected from both these batters, and as we speak, you know, it's getting a bit murky here at the National Cricket Centre. The dark clouds is starting to hover around the National Cricket Centre. So ominous signs here in terms of the weather, but we'll hope that it stays away for the entire day so we can have 2 games completed here during the course of the day.
Definitely. We would want the rains to stay away, you know, to see some good cricket. We're seeing some exciting cricket so far. Orlando James has looked good, you know, having just came to the crease. He's looked good so far.
And I must tell you, we have the privilege of seeing the best under 17 cricketers from the region, you know, showcasing their talent here at the National Cricket Centre. And this one is worked away into that short fine leg position. The wicketkeeper cleans up. Umpire signals a leg bye.
So just to give you an update from the West Indies versus India game in Port of Spain at the Oval, India winning the toss and choosing to bat 113 for 1 in 23 overs. They have just lost the wicket of Captain Shikhar Dhawan. Kodpur Bolwal, she's gone for 54.
So Gassi continues from the northern end, bowling to Kyle Ramdu. So what I'm seeing from skipper Pascal, he's looking to really try as best as he can and allow this run rate to possibly go to 12-13. So what he has done now is he's asked his opening seamers to continue for possibly an extra over.
Yeah, something you don't see that often, you know, that the opening bowlers continue to bowl.
And when planning,
bowl 3 overs on the trot.
Yeah, when planning as a coach as well, you know, you would take into consideration that the opening bowlers will possibly bowl a maximum of 2 overs. But now having these opening bowlers go on for an extra over, I'm sure Coach Riyad Emirates will be taking note of that as well in terms of this run chase. How does he set up his batting with the opening bowlers now having bowled three apiece?
Well, definitely, it's a ploy from Pascal, you know, to pick up wickets. High in the air, long off is running under it and foils it. Oh, brilliant effort there from the young man. Long off there. And Orlando James picks up 3. But again, Anil, ill-advised at this stage. There's a long on in position. There's a long on in position there, and one would ask, why do you wanna take him on?
Well, with the run rate hovering around the 10 mark, you have to take some calculated risk as well in trying to get to that 192. So yes, we want to have preservation, but at the same time, you want to try and seize on every scoring opportunity that may present itself. And this one is uppercut over that third man region. It goes into the boundary now for 4. So Kyle Ramdu, Gassi there, guilty of hitting the pitch hard but wide, allowing the levers to be extended. Expertly played, uppercutting that ball into the third man region, and a welcome boundary for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, brilliant shot there from Kyle Ramdu, opening that offside, just taking a few steps back just to access that offside, and very well played, uppercutting that one into the third man boundary for 4. So Gassi a bit too short on that occasion there. He's gone for 26. His last ball of his third over.
This one is muscled through extra cover. Excellent stop. Oh, at the last moment, unfortunately for the fielder down that long off, it eluded his grasp. It goes into the boundary. But Trinidad and Tobago, they will welcome another boundary in this over, and that takes the score up to 52 after 6 overs. So Trinidad and Tobago possibly losing one more wicket that they would have calculated for it within this power play period.
Yeah, you know, Ramdu, brilliant on Kyle Ramdu's behalf. You know, he knows that he has to score, and he's taken 10 of those final 2 deliveries, you know, of Kevin Gassi there. So he goes on to 29 from 21, and James is 10 off 7. I think we're going to see a change from the southern end here. We're going to see some spin into the attack. It looks to be that man, Tariq Edward, who played a fantastic knock when the Windward Islands batted. He made 72 of just 37 deliveries.
And how destructive he was during the course of that innings. You know, it was pure carnage at the National Cricket Centre here. Edward taking on that Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack and hitting him to all parts here at the National Cricket Centre. It was total carnage. It was the Edwards show here at the National Cricket Centre earlier on, having scored a brilliant 72 from 39 deliveries.
My apologies, it's Luke Wilson who's going to take up the attack there for Windward Islands.
So Luke Wilson will be picking up the attack from the pavilion end, the off spinner. He's going to be bowling to the likes of Orlando James. So there's a deep mid-wicket, there's a deep backward square, and this one is worked into the mid-wicket region. So Orlando James gets off strike.
And a little bit that I've seen of Orlando James so far, he looks to be quite wristy.
He's wristy and very compact indeed. Picks up the line and the length very early, and that makes his ability to play the ball also very late under his eyes, and he's able to pick up the gaps as well when he's able to do that on a consistent basis.
Definitely. So a good prospect here going forward for Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension West Indies cricket here, Orlando James.
Well, he want to follow into into the footsteps of his brother, who is who was part of the West Indies under 90, who went into the World Cup. So this one is hit down to long off. Oh, and it goes through the fielder. But lethargic running from the TNT batters. One would have thought that they would have been hustling back there for the second, looking possibly for that third run. But they were just ambling back for that second run. So not very good running here from the TNT batters. This one is played out to extra cover. Flighted delivery from Wilson.
So we're seeing a bit of a dark cloud over the National Cricket Centre here. So you just want that to stay away at the moment.
So it's getting very murky here at the National Cricket Centre. And this one is hit through to long off. Excellent feeling here. They should have gotten two there. Kai Ramdu continues. He moves on to 31 from 23 deliveries. And what the Trinidad and Tobago batters have done really well, they haven't allowed the scoring rate to go, the run rate to go above that 10 mark, which is excellent. This one is hit through backward point. They go for one. That's all it's going to be. This one is holding. The wicketkeeper not tidying up there, but it's well backed up on the onside. So one of the important things here we've got to look at, when the ball is hit into the offside or the onside, what we are seeing that the Windward Islands fielders are doing, they're moving quickly into position to ensure that there's no extra run in terms of, they're doing extremely good work in terms of the backing up.
Well, I think what would help with that is anticipating that ball, anticipating it coming to you, and by you anticipating it, you're giving yourself a chance, of reaching that ball quicker than you expect.
So Barbados batting first, scored 129 for 20 overs. We'll get to some further updates as that game progresses. But this one comes off the edge, is heading down to third man. It's going to be holding now. And Ramdu comes back for two.
So good bowling by Wilson on that occasion there. Getting a bit of spin away from Kyle Ramdu and just taking the edge. But luckily for Ramdu, it went all along the ground and he picked up 2 runs. He's on to 34 now off 25 deliveries. And the Trinidad score goes on by 2 to 59 after 7 overs.
So it's ominous signs here at the National Cricket Centre. It's getting very, very murky here. There's a large dark clouds hovering over the National Cricket Centre. And I was reliably told earlier on that we're expecting the weather to be with us during the lunch during that lunchtime period. We are hoping that the rain stays away here, and we're able to complete both these fixtures here at the National Cricket Centre. So we would like to say a pleasant good morning to Mr. Robert Haynes and Mr. Junior Mitchum.
So changing the attack here for Windward Islands, it's going to be Devin Tyson, the medium pacer from the northern end. He's going to pick up the attack here, taking up. He's going to be continuing here.
So no signs of the groundsmen getting into position just yet. So they know a bit about this National Cricket Centre and where the rain comes from. So we trust that they have things under control. But it's going to be Tyson from the northern end. It's going to be bowling to Orlando James. This one is undriven to long on. Just getting inside the line there. Putting that one to long on. So that score goes on by 1. It's 60 for 2.
So that required run, it is hovering just about 10.2 to the over. As we can see there, that big patch of dark cloud over the National Cricket Centre here. We would just want that range to stay away. We're in for some good cricket. We're witnessing the regional Rising Stars on the 17 championships here. It's a final day of play here. So we want to get a good full day of cricket in.
So it has been an enthralling contest thus far. Both teams really going at each other, throwing punches. At the moment, the Windward Islands, they're out punching the TNT batters, but the TNT batters, they're staying in the piece here. They're fighting back. They're throwing punches of their own. And what they've done really well is not allow the required run rate to go past that 10 mark. And it's important the likes of Kyle Ramdu to continue to go for as long as possible, taking a few steps down the track and muscling this one down to long off. So Kyle Ramdu just trying to put Tyson off a bit there by taking a few strides down the wicket. And in this T20 format, a lot of innovations is required. Sometimes just by the batter trying to back away could just disturb the momentum of the bowler and what he wants to do and how he executes. So it's all about a lot of mind games as well in terms of the batters and the bowlers.
Definitely.
This one was square driven.
But as a batsman, Anil, while you're moving about, you don't want your head to be moving. You want your head to be still at the point of contact. This is one thing that these guys must remember. Remember, they are under 17, so these are the things that they have to keep in the back of their minds, that they want their head to be still at the point of contact.
But I tell you what, in a T20 format, sometimes all those things go through the window because the main focus is basically to make contact with the ball, however possible that can be.
Good fielding, the athletic fielding on the boundary there at long on there. Just one. Orlando James picks up one. He's on to 14 now.
But an excellent bounce as well for the fieldsman moving around quite smartly to his right at long on. But you're right in terms of the batters being stable and head over the left shoulder and all that. But in white ball cricket, there's a tendency most of the time for the batters to lose their shape. This one is played out to extra cover. Kyle Ramdu.
So a quiet over from Tyson there, just going for 3 runs in that over. At the end of it, it's Trinidad and Tobago 62 for 2 in reply to a 191 made by the Windward Islands. When the Windward Islands batted, we saw the captain Stephen Pascal hitting a blistering 78 or 48, and to the back end we saw Tariq Edward giving them that impetus. He made 72 of 39 deliveries, propelling them to a mammoth 191.
So we're seeing evidence where Coach Riyad Emirates has sent out a message to the batters, and I'm sure he's going to ask one of these batters here to, but look at that cloud hovering over the National Cricket Centre, and I must tell you, it's not good signs here at the National Cricket Centre. The dark clouds now is making its presence felt here at the National Cricket Centre, and but I must say to you as well, it's not where the rain comes from. So to the right of us here, it's pretty clear So one will hope that, you know, that cloud will continue to move away from the National Cricket Centre. And this one is played out to cover point, get a single.
So it's evident that the Windward Islands, they're going to protect the boundaries and they're going to give away the ones. Because it's not going to hurt them at this stage. They're going to give away those ones, but they're going to protect those boundaries where Luke Wilson's operating with a long off, long on, deep mid wicket, and a sweeper out on the offside here for the left-handed Ramdu.
So this one is played out to cover point. There's no run. And again, we're seeing evidence where once the slower bowlers come into action, the run rate tends to drop considerably, because now the batters have to make that piece for themselves. This one is worked on too long on. It's only going to be a single. That takes the Trinidad and Tobago score on to 64 for 2, 8.2 overs. So are we going to see some intent from Orlando James here? And I'm sure he'll want to take on the off spinner. The ball coming into the right hander, he will look to access that leg side. Possibly deep mid wicket, long on might be his area that he's looking to target.
Oh, Luke Wilson strikes going through the gate there of Orlando James as we speak. So Luke Wilson spinning that one back through the gate, as we can see. Evidence of this replay here. Foot nowhere close to that ball, and it's punched through the gate and hit that leg stump.
So Orlando James not getting to the pitch of the delivery. The leg was away and the bat was far away, and that ball was able to spun back between bat and pad through the gate, and his off pull was rocked back. So a massive blow here for Trinidad and Tobago. Orlando James going bowl by the off spinner Wilson here for 15. So I'm sure that's going to bring out the likes of Luke Ali. Luke Ali is striking out to the middle, but the run rate now has gone past that 11.
And we've seen pictures here of Kyle Ramdu. He looks a man on a mission, but he's just losing some partners here. Yeah, he's losing some partners here. He just lost Orlando James. So out comes Luke Ali. So Trinidad and Tobago are 64 for 3 in over number 9 here, and the required run rate has gone to 11.3 on it.
Yeah, what we've seen from Coach Riyad Emirates, he's mixing up his batters in terms of he's maintaining that right hand left hand combination, and that's sometimes good, you know, aid the batters because they have to make that subtle adjustment when there's rotation of the strike. So he's maintaining that right hand left hand combination going further into the innings.
Yeah, definitely. That's one thing, you know. It's also true of the bowlers. They have to bowl either side of the wicket when the right or left hand is on strike.
Luke Ali trying to muscle this one. Comes the cannons off the pad back to the bowler. So Luke Ali having some success during the course of the tournament, scoring a 50 against Jamaica at Presal. So he's having a wonderful tournament, Luke Ali. And this one is worked into the mid-wicket region. It's only going to be a single.
Under different circumstances, Anil, that was a 50-over game, and he played a hand there when his team was in a bit of trouble. Now he doesn't have the luxury of that amount of time.
Well, I tend to disagree with that in the sense that in any cricket match, normally you have a lot more time and balls than you anticipate. And I think this is where sometimes we all get it wrong. We believe that we've got to go hard from ball one, but sometimes you just need to take that possibly a couple of balls, have some rotation taking place. And remember, if you're able to get 4 boundaries and an over, that's 16 runs. So there's always a possibility at the back end that you could get back into the contest with some lofty blows. So it's not all doom and gloom. You know, it needs to be the approach needs to be a measured one in your approach.
Just to give you an update from what's taking place in Port of Spain here at the Oval, India are 115 for 1, and the match is delayed by rain. So there's some rain down there in the north of the country.
So we are seeing evidence north of Trinidad seems to be washing away, because a lot of dark clouds as we look ahead of us. But it's going to be Tyson to continue from the northern end. It's going to be bowling to Luke Ali. And this one is caressed to that cover point region. There's no run.
So Anil, I think the Trinidad batsmen are getting a bit antsy right now. They're not scoring as freely as they were before.
Well, all the fielders are hovering just on the circle, so they might just be well advised to just take the pace of the delivery when batting and keep the rotation of the strike going. You don't want to be hitting the ball straight to the fielders and not having that opportunity to rotate.
Credit to Stephen Pascal as well. He has kept those fielders inside the circle. Really looking to. Oh, it's a mix up there, and Ramdu gets home.
So what Ramdu was thinking?
Seemed to be some sort of miscommunication there.
Because the moment Luke Ali hit the ball, he was up and running. What was Kyle Ramdu thinking there? I don't know. So we'll hope that that miscommunication is out of the way very quickly, and they're going to have a discussion. I'm sure that run, will be discussed. But communication continues to be a key part of when executing your running. So Kyle Ramdu now is coming to the stage here now where Kyle Ramdu will have to start to look for some more boundaries to keep that scoring rate in check. And this way, what a wonderful way to do it. Stand and deliver here at the National Cricket Centre. It goes all the way. What a handsome shot here from Kyle Ramdu. Stand and deliver, clearing that front leg and extending those arms through the line of the delivery, and it's on its way over the boundary. What an excellent execution of drive there over the boundary. Kyle Ramdu, just as we were speaking there, I'm sure Coach Riyad Emrit, has given some instructions in terms of how to go about going into the back end here. So Tyson here just straying a bit here, overcompensating here, not trying to go close to Kyle Ramdu.
Well, one of the safest areas to score is straight, and he went straight and flat, and went all the way.
There's acres of space behind the bowler's back. There are only two fielders patrolling that area here, so there's huge area to exploit there over the bowler's arm. And this one is pushed along off. I felt that was in the zone as well.
He's not willing to risk it. He's just willing to take that single and go up the other end, have a breather, have a look, and say, it's on to you now, Luke Ali.
So Luke Ali will have a responsibility as well to try and get some boundaries here. So just about the halfway stage here, Trinidad and Tobago chasing a total of 192. They are 74 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago needing a further 118 from 62 deliveries, and it's going to be Tyson from the northern end. And Luke Ali goes over the top. Will it go into the boundary? No, it doesn't, but excellent feeling there by the long on fielder. Moving about 10 meters to his left, picking up and rifling a throw into the bowler there. But Luke Ali getting off the mark with a lofted shot over the bowler's head.
Yeah, good shot from Luke Ali there. Just an extension of a forward defense, and he got it.
And it just proves to us how good the surface is in terms of batting. You're hitting through the line. You could hit through the line as well comfortably because the bounce is very much predictable.
Yeah, the bounce is true. As we spoke earlier at length, it's a really good cricket wicket, The bounce is true. You can really play your shots. It's up to those bowlers to hit those good lines and good lengths and really peg those batsmen back. You can see Luke Ali here going aerial, going big and going long, going all the way for 6. What a top shot by Luke Ali there.
So Luke Ali pulling out one of the hat here, taking that ball from outside the line of the off stump and getting that over that long on position for a maximum. So Luke Ali coming to the party immediately here at the National Cricket Centre, and what a welcome boundary maximum for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, very well played by Luke Ali there. It was full, it was outside off some, but he accessed that long on area, that onside area, and he picked up the maximum result. So excellent from Luke Ali.
But I think that was sublime timing as well. For that ball to travel that distance, it had to be, some excellent timing from Luke Ali. Yeah. So the sunshine is bathing here now at the National Cricket Centre. That dark clouds now has seemed to have disappeared. It's moving all the way to Cuba now. So it's a lovely sight here at the National Cricket Centre. Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 192 posted by the Windward Island batters. They are 82 for 3 at the halfway stage.
The card run it is exactly at 11s to the over for Trinidad and Tobago. So Ramdu now he's on 43 from 33 deliveries. He's facing up to Luke Wilson.
And this one is punched through extra cover. And they will go back for 2. And they will do so comfortably. So that takes Kyle Ramdu on to 45. So just about the halfway stage, the score being 82. And if you were to multiply that, that will take you to 164. But they would need to have an acceleration, sooner than later. Well, flighted delivery on leg stump. He loses that short mid wicket. But
poor running on behalf of Kyle Ramdu there and Luke Ali. I thought that was 2. You have to be hustling and looking for those runs, putting pressure on those fielders.
Well, with the long one having to come in about 20 meters, one would have thought that they would have sensed the occasion, to capitalize on getting that extra run. But it's going to be Luke Ali. And this one is driven past the bowler. It's heading into that long on position. It's only going to be one excellent feeling from the long on fielder. Rifles are returned into the bowler. And that moves. Luke Ali moves on by 1. He goes on to 11. It brings the likes of Kyle Ramdu back into strike. So how he's going to play this? And this one, he stands up tall, punches away to extra cover. There's no run. So Wilson doing an excellent job with his skipper, Pascal. So this one goes down to that short 5-leg position. Kyle Ramdu just losing his shape here a bit. He could have just gone down on his knees and paddled that ball to that short 5-leg position. But I
think Luke Wilson is one of these bowlers that he's a bit difficult to bat. Because I see in his just on his delivery stride, he has a bit of a stutter in his delivery stride, but he's going well here so far. 1 ball short of his 3rd over, and he just conceded the 15 runs and pick up that 1 wicket. Good shot by Luke Ali there, through extra cover. It wouldn't get to the fence, it would just get 2. But good shot again from Luke Ali.
A handsome cover drive there. Very pleasing on the eyes. Luke Ali extending that front leg out, getting his eyes under that ball and caressing that ball through extra cover. And it gets 2. That takes the score on to 89 for 3. So the run rate now is 11.5. Trinidad and Tobago requires another 103 runs from 54 deliveries.
So Trinidad would require someone to come out here and play innings of real substance, innings with a lot of impetus. Needs, as we were seeing some Trinbagonian fans here, just taking a look at the action here.
So some of the national under 19 cricketers, they're having an animated discussion as to what's taking place out in the middle. They would be embarking on their practice at the indoors soon. So we're going to see the leg spinner in operation.
No.
Left arm orthodox.
No. Off.
3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. from the northern end.
The man who did the damage for Windward Islands with the bat, he's attempting to come now and do a job here for his captain with ball now.
So Kyle Ramdu trying to go up and over, just raising his head at the critical moment there and not being able to make contact. So important that he keeps his head very steady. And this one is height to long one. Will only be a single. So Luke Ali will have the opportunity now.
So that required rate keeps going up every time, every dot ball and every single that scored, it keeps going up. It's up to 11.7 now.
And my question is, when do Trinidad and Tobago make the move, and who do they target? I'm sure the likes of Edwards possibly might be one of their targets in terms of the bowlers that they will want to try and get as much as possible from.
Yes, definitely. I think very soon we're going to see that they're going to mount a real go at this target here now. Someone needs to play a innings out of their skin now.
Well, what's required is a blinder.
And look, Ali hits this one in the air and he's out. He's out, caught long off, trying to go for a big one and holding out there at long off. And Tariq Edward just came into the attack. He strikes. Trinidad slipped further now to 90 for 4 in over number 12.
So Trinidad and Tobago continues to slip away a bit here, losing their 4th wicket at the score of 90. Luke Ali trying to take on the boundary riders, only succeeded in spooning that catch to long off.
The new man here coming in for Trinidad and Tobago is Andrew Rambaran.
So Andrew Rambaran will have a huge responsibility here to keep himself and Kyle Ramdu going here, and more importantly try to bat deep into this innings to ensure that they continue to stay within striking distance of that Windward Islands total. But that run rate now is hovering over that 12 mark, and I'm telling you, Rambaran will need to go into high gear from ball 1.
Yeah, he's going to have to kick into high gear from ball 1. He's really going to, someone really needs to play an innings here now, really out of their skin, you know, to really see Trinidad and Tobago home from this position. 90 for 4 with 2 balls to go in the 12th over.
Yeah, so what is required here is a cameo, possibly a quick fire 20-30 from any one of these players here, and possibly 10-15 balls, and try and pull back that run rate back to that 10 mark.
Yeah.
So it's not run away by any stretch of the margin just yet, but dot balls is definitely going to hurt this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup.
Definitely, we don't want any dot balls at this stage. Inside edge.
Oh, poor running from Kyle Ramdu here.
Comes back for 2, and that completes a 50 for Kyle Ramdu. 50 or 40 deliveries for the left-handed opening batsman.
So Kyle Ramdu playing an impressive hand here for Trinidad and Tobago, scoring 50 runs here. But Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension Riyad Emirates, the coach of the Trinidad and Tobago, he will be reminding the likes of Kyle Ramdu that the job is not finished just yet. He will need to continue to bat deep into this innings. Both himself and Rambaran, they have a huge responsibility to try and get Trinidad and Tobago as close as possible going into the back end of the innings. If Trinidad and Tobago to require possibly 25, 28 runs in 2 overs, it definitely will be game on later on in this contest. But we are far away from that. What's required now is for Andrew Rambaran to get into his innings and possibly get some balls to the boundary as well.
Wilson.
So Wilson has been very impressive, bowling very tidily, 3 overs, 1 wicket for 17 runs.
So brilliant from Luke Wilson so far.
And this one is played down to long on. And again, the fielder from long on had to move at least 25 meters. But it seems like fatigue is stepping in now. Kyle Ramdu seems to be suffering a bit in terms of energy.
It's really heated out there, Anil, but I mean, you really want to show some urgency in your running.
So this one is played expertly through that third man region, heading out to the boundary. It's going to be hauled in now. And Kyle Ramdu helps himself with 2. So Kyle Ramdu just allowing that ball to come onto him and expertly played that lay cut between a third man and that backward point region. He beat the fielder to the left and to the right of backward point. And this one is flicked away. Oh, what a wonderful catch there at forward square. Diving away to his right. And Kyle Ramdu gives it away. A very soft missile indeed. Looking to access the onside. Not getting the timing or the elevation. And only playing that ball tamely into the fieldsman at that.
Smart catch there. Smart catch there from fast bowler Gassi. So we've seen here now that he's taken a nice diving catch, one-handed, and Kyle Ramdu goes. So new batsman now is Fariz Ali, but Trinidad and Tobago have slipped further. Kyle Ramdu goes for a well-played 52, and Trinidad and Tobago still require a further 97 runs for victory, and now 95 for 5.
So Kyle Ramdu, I felt, should have played the sweep shot there. It had the length, it had the line. He possibly could have accessed the sweep shot there, choosing to flick the ball rather than playing that slog sweep. And he perishes in a very soft manner.
I must say, there are some batsmen that don't play that slog sweep or that sweep. They rather turn it and they rather, instead of going down on one leg and sweeping.
Well, one of the ways of putting off the spinners is effectively playing that sweep shot. It really does take a toll on the spinners, and then when batters start to either go conventional or reverse sweep.
Yeah.
And this one is played nicely down to long off. Rambaran just leant onto that. Caressed it down to long on. Score moves on by 1. So it brings the like of Fariz Ali into strike.
I've seen Fariz Ali play a hand here where he really attacked the bowlers, for his club Monroe Road against my club, Mary Boys. And he really played a good hand. Let's see if he's capable at this stage now to play a hand here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, he'll need to replicate that effort. An excellent delivery from Wilson there. Almost breached the defense of Fariz Ali there. Bowling that quicker arm delivery there, and he was almost through the defense of Fariz Ali. So excellent thinking from Wilson there. Using all his variations that he's got. And this one goes into the pads. They're going to get a leg by. So wait on the signal from umpire. There's no signal, so that comes off the inside edge of the bat. So after 13 overs, the run rate now has escalated to 13.5 runs per over. And it's really now becoming very, very worrying times for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, difficult at this stage now. Required it going at 13.5, 95 required of 42 deliveries.
So what is required at this stage now is for the batter to try and get a maximum early in the over.
No, that is
and try and work do some rotation during the course of the over. So a maximum at the start of the over is what the doctor is ordering immediately from the TNT batters. And that one, where did that pass? That ball hitting the inside edge, going out to that short third man region. The wicketkeeper does the clean up. Wicketkeeper Joseph. So Farizali will want to take on Edwards, and this one is played at extra cover. No run. So the Windward Islands really strangling the T&T batters here, allowing them no opportunity to score here, bowling wicket to wicket, taking the levers away. And this one is into the pads. It's going to get a leg by.
And that rate keeps climbing it now at 14 to the over.
So with every dot ball, the rate is going to continue to climb.
I'm gonna sit.
Yeah. So it's going to be Edwards. And this one is driven down to long off by Rambaran. It's only going to be a single, but a lot more is needed at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, definitely. We need some boundaries from here onwards. You know, to really challenge this total, we need to see some boundaries, some big hits from these two batsmen out in the middle.
So Faris get this one, he plays this one off the back foot down to long off. Get a single. So Edwards keeping it quiet here for Windward Islands, really arresting the scoring here. And this delivery.
So exactly what his captain would have wanted. He's come into the attack. He's come into the attack to Rick Edward, and he's bowled 2 overs, and he's just gone for 5 and picking up that crucial wicket.
Well, Edwards being a very tall lad, and his delivery from which he delivers, he's getting a bit more bounce than the other bowlers were getting. And to me, that is helping him as a bowler, but it's creating some problems there for the batters to get on top of the bounce.
Yeah, definitely. That extra bounce is always, crucial.
But I believe the time is right now for us to see some innovations. Some calculated gamble is what is required here now, because that run rate has run away to 15.3 per over, and it's becoming not impossible, but the stage.
92 from 36. Anil, it's really, really difficult going from here now without getting those boundaries. We really need to see some boundaries. We're going to see the left-hand pace of.
And this one is hit out foul corner. It's going into the boundary. It does though. So Luke Ali getting a leg stump half volley and whipping that ball away.
For reading a full one and whipping it over mid. So good shot to start the over. Boundary off the first ball.
Yeah, he was whipping it through mid-wicket there. That mid-wicket area, more cow corner than anything else, and it goes into the boundary. So a lot more lusty blows are required at this stage of the innings here. It's either you go hard or you go home.
Definitely from here now, it's boundaries or nothing. Really.
This one is driven to long off. It's going to be 1. But excellent feeling from Bascom there, ensuring that they do not get that second run. Moving smartly to his left and executing a bullet-like throw into the bowler. So it brings the like of Andrew Rambaran into strike. So Rambaran, I'm sure, would be thinking that how he's going to approach this last tranche of 5 overs here. And I'm sure he's going to have some plans how he wants to execute. So we could see immediately he's taken a leg stump guard. So that's telling me that he's looking to open up the offside by trying to go up and over extra cover. And bowling from Murray, they following Rambaran. Not much he could have done with that, because that was arcing into the pads there, taking away the levers there. Very, very fortunate not to get bowled as well. Hitting the pad and going away.
We see Murray come into the attack at this stage. Maybe he's a dead bowler for Windward Island. Maybe he's the man to finish it off here for them.
Well, this one is hit, and It's easily
Faris Ali goes,
long
trying
on.
to clear that long on fielder, and Tariq Edward.
Look at that celebration there by the long on fielder.
Fantastic celebrations there. As you can see, that one, the leg clap, and then he's giving us a jig there. Well done from Tariq Edward. That man, he's having a fantastic game so far. I can't keep him out of the contest. He's made 72 with the bat. He's took a wicket, and he's now taken a fantastic catch there. So you can't keep him out of the game.
Well, you can't keep him out of the game, but I'll tell you what, he's definitely in the running for the Man of the Match award. Having belted a 72 from 37 balls, taking a wicket now, and affecting a perfect catch at long on. What more can you ask from one of your players?
But I must say now, it's beginning to look ominous now for Trinidad and Tobago at 106 for 6. You know, that rate going up to 16. Really.
So who is going to provide this innings with a cameo? We just have to wait and see. Rambaran will want to take matters into his own hands here. But he will need some support from the supporting acts from the other end. So it's going to be Murray bowling to Rambaran.
Murray coming into the attack in the 15th over. A pacer. And so far we've seen him land, out of those 5 deliveries, he's landed 3 Yorkers.
So excellent execution of the wide Yorkers there. Rambaran taking a few strides down the wicket, unable to make contact. And what Murray did really well, having seen Rambaran advancing, pushed that ball a bit wide outside the off stump, and he was unable to make any kind of contact. So Murray goes in.
Again, excellent from Murray, excellent that bowling from Murray, and the awareness there to throw back at the non-striker's end.
And I'm telling you, he's really executing those Yorkers to perfection. And against Rambaran, he's taking away those levers, arcing that ball sharply into the left-hander. And the most he could do is try and keep it out. There's no room for him to get under those deliveries. But for Trinidad and Tobago, he's going to be on strike for the next over.
That rate now has gone up to 17. So the last 5 overs here, Trinidad requiring 85 of the last 5. And the man to continue the attack for Windward is Tariq Edward, the inspirational Tariq Edward. He can do no wrong so far.
So Tariq Edwards having a fantastic game, having scored a blistering 72 from 37 deliveries. And Rambaran lofting this ball to long off, but not getting the elevation to take it over the boundary.
Just one.
So Edwards very quick through the air as well, and that is not helping the batters to get under the ball. He's basically bowling batters at this stage of the innings.
So the man to take strike here is Jason Agard. He's just come to the crease, yet to face a delivery. He's going to face up now to Tariq Edward, who's bowled 2.1 overs, 1 for 6. Jason Agard would want to get a big hit here. Into some space here in that deep backward square position. Pulled inside, and they're coming back for 3.
So excellent running from Rambaran and Jason Agard. They're seizing on the opportunity. That ball was played into that square leg region. It went just a meter away from the boundary, and they were able to get back for 3. So excellent running from Trinidad and Tobago batters. But Rambaran will need to go big here. And excellent bowling again from Edwards. Seems very, very mature as a cricketer, assessing what Rambaran is doing and making that subtle adjustment very, very quickly, and not allowing the likes of Rambaran to get under the ball. And this one is slog swept. Is it going to be taken? No, it eludes the fielder. It goes into the boundary for 4. So Rambaran taking the aerial route here, lofting that ball into the mid-wicket region. A valiant attempt from the fielder moving to his right. Unfortunately for him, he was unable to hold it in. But Trinidad and Tobago will welcome that boundary from Rambaran. So Rambaran, it's clear what his intention is. he's going to go, if he's going to die, he's going to go down dying.
Well, it's no secret that we need some that Trinidad needs some boundaries from here.
And this one is lofted, but
misjudgment from Gassi on the boundary there, and it's gone all the way for 6. So Rambaran taking the attack to Tariq Edward here. He's just took off 4 and he's now gone big. He's now gone for 6.
So Rambaran living a charm life here. That ball bursting through the hands of the longer fielder. And to me, there's a bit of a casual way that was
casual in his approach there. Really just needed to look at the line of the ball and just settle on the.
Using the reverse cup method, he would have hauled that ball in very, very easily. But this one is played smartly out backward point. But
Rambaran pinches a single there and retains strike.
So the last 4 overs, the required read now continues to climb. It's now a staggering 17.5 runs per over. But for the sake of Trinidad and Tobago, Rambaran is on strike.
He's up, he's facing up to this man. This man, Kirsten Murray, was just bowled 4 Yorkers in the previous over. So we've seen that he's landing, he's executing his Yorkers well.
Well, the likes of Rambaran might be well advised to bat way outside his crease and take away that Yorker away from him, and possibly make those deliveries into half volleys. He needs to do something different. And this one is served up here. It's gone all the way, I think, for 4 runs. It's a no ball as well. So Murray going for that Yorker again, missing his length there, and serving up a gift for Rambaran there, who pivoted inside his crease and helped that ball on its way down to fine leg for a boundary.
6 and 1, I said.
So Rambaran is going to benefit from a free hit here. Let's see how he executes. And he's bowled all over the place here, essaying a hoik over mid-wicket, making no contact whatsoever, but it wouldn't count because it's a free hit. So Rambaran has the opportunity to continue his innings here at the National Cricket Centre. So the score now 129 for 6, and we're into the 17th over here. Murray doing an excellent job for his skipper Pascal here, really honing in onto those leg stump Yorkers. Not much any batter can do with those deliveries. It's impossible to get underneath those deliveries.
Would you be tempted
and this
to go
one, he comes down and he plays a bold shot straight back over the bowler's head, and it goes into the boundary. So it's a Rambaran show here now. He's not going to sit down and die. He's going to die fighting all the way to the last ball of this innings.
Definitely exactly what is required here from Trinidad and Tobago. Is it at the right stage? We're yet to see. Time is going to tell, but Rambaran is really giving it a go here. Murray, he's bowled a good first over, and Rambaran is really taking him to the cleaners here now. Rambaran swipes this one again, and this one goes all the way over that wide mid-wicket area, goes all the way for 6. Rambaran.
So a lusty blow here by Rambaran, going over cow corner. Look at it here from outside the off stump. He hoiks that ball over cow corner for a maximum. So Andrew Rambaran continues to take the bowlers here at the Windward Islands, and one wonders how these youngsters are going to hold their nerve during this course of this carnage here.
So Murray under the pump here. He's already gone for 17 in the over. Make that 18. 18 of 4 deliveries. And Rambaran, he's gone on to 28 now of just 17 deliveries.
But you will have to continue in this mood until the last ball is bowled here at the National Cricket Centre. There's no room for any dot balls. Jason Agard has to help Rambaran here in the piece, possibly by getting a single, and if he can, try and get a maximum as well.
Well, definitely. I think he has a free license to go here now, Jason Agard.
So we've seen the likes of Murray going around the park here. Andrew Rambaran taking a liking to Murray here. But Murray will want to have a say here. Murray. And this one is on leg stump. They steal a leg by day, but more importantly for Trinidad and Tobago, Andrew Rambaran is back on strike and he will want to finish this over with a maximum. So the run rate just briefly comes back down to 15.5. So if Rambaran is able to execute a maximum here, it will really help the cause of the Trinidad and Tobago score.
Definitely, he's going to
But Murray will want to keep honing in on those stump Yorkers, or smart, intelligent cricket from this young man, recognizing that the fielders are hovering on the 30-yard circle, just elegantly getting into line, tapping it away to extra cover, and stealing the single. So that over went for 19. So
Andrew, knowing that the bulk of the scoring, he has to do the bulk of the scoring, so he needs to be on strike in order to do that. So good single of the last ball of that over there.
And you know what? Great maturity in terms of his execution, sensing what was required at that time and did that to perfection.
Excellent. So we're going to see Tariq Edward again. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 20. Andrew Rambaran to take strike. Dot delivery at this stage is so vital. Rambaran couldn't do much with that delivery. Attempted to go down the track, but only manages to push it back up to Tariq Edward. Edward again, and Rambaran this time sweeps over short fine leg. Deep backward square comes around, cleans up, and he gets 2.
So Rambaran playing that sweep shot, not getting the connection that he would have liked, but nevertheless he was able to come back for 2, and that takes the score into 144. Andrew Rambaran might be well advised to take a off-stump guard and get closer to the likes of Edward in order to take him down Tom. So Edwards again very mature in his approach, following Rambaran.
Impressive from Edward.
So Rambaran might be well advised just to remain still for a moment before he makes his move.
Again trying to look for that big slog sweep over mid-wicket. Manages just, Tariq Edward manages a dot delivery at this stage. So just 2 runs off 4 deliveries. The required on it has gone up to 20 now. Rambaran. A straight hit this time. Long off, comes around and spills the catch. Another chance goes a begging for the Windward Islands.
So Rambaran continues to live a charm life here at the National Cricket Centre. It's not all doom and gloom. He's still fighting for his team. He's still giving 100% here in the piece. And Jason Agard would need to come to the party here now. If there's any time during the course of this game he needs to come to the party, it's now.
I think it's a virtual free hit here for Jason Agard. Last ball of the over, you would run Rambaran on strike for the start of the 18th over. So it's basically a free hit here for Jason Agard. Swing for the hills.
It's definitely a free hit. So wisely so, Rambaran refuses the single, but he should have taken the single because it was a wide. So he would have been on strike. He would have had the opportunity to bat. So I could understand the thinking, but that opportunity should have been taken. So Rambaran. So at the end of 18, Trinidad and Tobago scored, needed 192 for victory. They need 46 runs from 12 balls. So the run rate now is 23 runs for over, and it's going to take a special effort indeed to get to that total.
Well, Tariq Edward completes his quota of 4 overs. He's gone 4 overs, 1 for 24. So a fantastic all-round effort from Tariq Edward. As we mentioned earlier, he's got 72 with the bat. He has a catch to his name. and he's just bowled 4 overs, picked up one crucial wicket, and just gone for the 24 runs. So
And you know what? I've inked him into my notebook for the man of the match award.
yeah, definitely. I think he really put his hand up here for Windward Islands. Bascom.
So it's going to be Bascom from the pavilion end.
Solomon Bascom coming back for his final over, the penultimate over of the game. The most important over, in my opinion, of a game is the penultimate over.
It is indeed, and if Andrew Rambaran could really take Bascom to the cleaners here, you never know what's in store.
I think if this job needs to be done, I think he needs to go for a 20 plus run over here, or probably maybe a 25 run over here.
Well, he doesn't start off well at all. Bascom sensing what he's trying to do and taking that ball wide outside the line of the off stump. Possibly if he have left that delivery, he may have gotten a wide.
So Bascom bringing up that deep square leg, and he's sending out the third man now. So he's probably attempting to bowl those wide Yorkers.
Well, I'm sure he's going to execute those wide Yorkers. Rambaran might well be advised to get onto off stump. And
Rambaran
that is,
swivels on this one. It's in the air. Oh, and it's foil again. Rambaran being dropped.
so another catch goes up back in here. The Windward Islands are not helping themselves here, even though they are in the ascendancy here at the National Cricket Centre. But those catches must be taken at this level.
Definitely, definitely. I think it's meat and drink for these players at this level. You know, he running around, made all the ground, had it in his grasp, and then foiled it.
But Rambaran adds to his total, living a very charmed life
But
here.
I tell you what, it's great maturity on these young players' behalf, you know, that they know at this stage it's bowlers. Solomon Bascom, he knows that Rambaran is coming at him and he's looking to execute those Yorkers.
But kudos to Rambaran as well. He's not giving up. He's fighting the fight. You know, he's taking on these bowlers and he's going to fight to the last.
Yes,
Both himself
definitely.
and Igad.
Definitely he's going to fight until the end, Rambaran. He never give up sort of attitude we're seeing from Andrew Rambaran here. Down the track, this time in the air again, no one out there, and I think it's gone all the way for 6.
So Andrew Rambaran climbing on this leg stump full toss and hoiking it over the backward square for a maximum. So Andrew Rambaran continues to keep this TNT outfit team into in this game. So Bascom ruffled a bit here by the likes of Rambaran, but he will need to keep his composure in order to close this over out.
Oh, Rambaran, good, brilliant. He gets this one wide of short, fine leg, all the way for 4. Rambaran is really giving it a go here now. Needing 35 off 9 Trinidad and Tobago.
So again, we talk about the mental approach of these players. At 17 years old, you know, you expect them to have a certain level of maturity, but when the pressure cooker situation comes on, they could really be taken away in terms of their mental toughness. I'm not saying this is the case here now, but Bascom, the likes of Bascom, will really need to keep themselves mentally tough in order to close off this game. Because Rambaran now is feasting on this bowling.
Definitely, Rambaran is taking a liking to him here now. Needs to finish this over well. Oh, Jason Agard, and now they're going to get the single in the end. So a comedy of errors here resulting in a single. Rambaran goes down to the non-striker's end.
So one wonders if Rambaran should have taken that single.
1 ball to go in the 19th over. Trinidad needing 34. It's actually the end of the over. It's the end of the over. So Trinidad needing 33 runs in the final over.
Well, my money is in the First Citizen Bank. It's in the government bank. I'm not going to be a gambling man at this stage.
Gamble and judge. Judge, that loss. You're okay, right? You want this week? You want this week with us? Then it's done. Fine, so let's go who would
So it's going to be Rambaran to continue, having sneaked up to 44 from 28 deliveries. So Edward has the opportunity to close out this game for the Windward Islands here. So Pascal is going to be taking the responsibility, possibly bowling off spin. So Rambaran will want to take him downtown.
Oh, and this one, high in the air! Fielder coming around! Oh, and it's dropped again. It's put down in the end there by that man running around from deep mid-wicket. Made a lot of ground, but again he had it and spilled it at the last stage.
But more importantly, Rambaran goes up to 48. The ball goes into the boundary. So it's 4 runs to the score.
4 runs to the score, so now 30 off 5.
Well.
Oh, and this one again in the air. Brilliantly done in the end from that man down there. What awareness, knowing that the rope was there. Fantastic from that man down there. Brilliant catch in the end. Ends Andrew Rambaran's valiant effort. He goes for 48, and Trinidad and Tobago now lose their 7th wicket, needing 30 or 4 deliveries. I think it's virtually impossible from here now.
Yeah, it's impossible from here now, but you know, congratulations to Andrew Rambaran in showing that fight, taking it down into the last over, you know. But Windward Islands doing the job here, restricting Trinidad and Tobago to 162 for 7, 19.2 overs, and it's virtually over at this point in time.
Well, it's over on Trinidad and Tobago's behalf. Stephen Pascal has just picked up that important wicket, that crucial wicket, brilliantly caught down there at the long on position. You know, it's really mature to see players of this age group, you know, taking catches like that. It's really pleasing to see, and I must say the level of cricket that we've seen so far in this Rising Stars under 17 tournament has been at a high level.
It is indeed has been at a high level. An excellent catch, taking into consideration the pressure situation of the game, you know, to take that catch and practically finish this game as a contest, you know, is very, very good.
So Pascal here would just not want to bowl any extra deliveries, no balls. Just finish nice and tidy here for his team. Jason Agard. And Jason Agard goes stumped. He goes stumped.
So Jason Agard refusing the single in the previous delivery, essaying a swipe outside the line of the off stump, and brilliant work from the wicketkeeper, taking off the bails in a flash, and Trinidad and Tobago lose their 8th wicket at 162.
So Pascal, just like that, he's just gone 2 for 4 in the last over. So we have a chew up here for the man of the match. Pascal has just gotten 2 wickets, and Edward has got 1.
Yeah, so that is not going to have anything to do in terms of the
innings.
Yeah, change the whole complexion of the game. That was the defining innings where the game was concerned.
So Pascal now having fun with these
these
two order players here for Trinidad and Tobago. Just one delivery to come in this contest here. So Trinidad and Tobago,
a really good T20 pitch. Yeah.
so one delivery to come in this contest here. Trinidad and Tobago versus Windward Islands. Just one ball to go in the allotted 20 overs of the Trinidad and Tobago innings, being bowled by Stephen Pascal. And a backcut here from Abdullah Cambridge that runs into the rope and goes for 4. So Trinidad and Tobago lose this first T20 contest against Windward Islands by 25 runs.
And congratulations to this Windward Islands outfit. They have really put on a masterclass when they batted and showed really good poise in their bowling effort as well. But they were ably supported by some excellent fielding. They did have some blemishes in the field as well, having put down a couple of catches. But at the end of the day, you know, they played that complete game and they got the result that they wanted. Trinidad and Tobago goes down by 25 runs. I'm sure that Coach Riyad Emirates, will want to bounce back here in the second encounter against the Barbados team here later on today. But congratulations to Windward Islands and congratulations to Edward as well, playing a masterclass of an innings in the first innings, scoring 72 runs of 39 balls. And what a pleasure it was indeed to have a look at this young man going about his business. Pascal, the skipper, he scored a very well played 78 from 48 balls as well. And they really propelled this Windward Islands batting effort to 191 in 20 overs. And it was always going to be a huge task for the TNT batters. The likes of Kyle Ramdu and Andrew Rambaran, they did try their best to keep Trinidad and Tobago in the game. But unfortunately for them, they perished trying to get to that score of 192. So at the National Cricket Centre here, Windward Islands are victorious in this first encounter in the T20 between Trinidad and Tobago. So just to give you a summary of what took place this morning, Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and asking the Windward Islands team to bat, and so they did that very impressively, taking on the TNT bowlers and carting them to all parts here during this T20 contest. Trinidad and Tobago having to score 9.5 over. They did so consistently for a period of time, but it became too much at the back end of the innings. And unfortunately for Trinidad and Tobago, they weren't able to get the result that they wanted. So that will definitely take a dent where their title hopes are concerned, now having lost this first game here. So it's the end of the contest. Windward Islands winning by 25 runs here at the National Cricket Centre. So just a close up here now, your thoughts on that victory by Windward Islands?
Well, I thought Windward Islands played practically a perfect game of cricket. When they batted at their time, they played the batsmen looked so mature and so well placed. They managed to get 191, and in the end, they really defeated Trinidad and Tobago. So well played to Windward Islands. Commiserations to Trinidad and Tobago. And we'll see Trinidad and Tobago take on Barbados in the second game, starting at 2 p.m. So we'll be right back here from Cricket 360.
check.